Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to a brand new stream of CBIT, where we talk everything that's about cryptocurrency, financial markets, and financial products. A very, very warm welcome to all you guys as we begin our day, as we start our day. Hope you guys are doing well. Hope you guys are having amazing time. I'm just getting onto the platform. Hold on for a second. Okay, I think nothing has changed. Okay, so we are going to start the stream. I was just checking for a few things here actually. Okay, let's just begin the session, guys. So sorry. So as you know, I'm back again. I think of late you guys are seeing me on and off, on and off, and it seems like things are not like I'm going on leave. Sometimes I'm not well. Sometimes so many things are happening. So what's happening with you guys? I have shared my link in the description in the chat room. You can use that to basically register yourself on the platform. Okay, so as you click on it, you will be directed towards the Play Store link, which looks like this. I'm going to show you. Once you click on that link, this is how it's going to show you. And this is where you're going to install it. So you can basically use this to install the app. Okay, so please use this as much as you can so that we get the desired help and support to you guys. Just a sec. So as we begin our day, we can see all the cryptocurrencies are currently in negative. So Bitcoin standing at 113,693. It is negative by 1.44%. Ethereum standing at 3.96%, trading at 3,501. BNB down by 2.1%, 14%. It's trading at $755. Solana at 164, down by 2.96%. And then we have XRP, which is at 2.93, 64, which is also down by 1.31%. Oh, the fear and greed index shows it's a neutral phase, and the market capitalization is standing at 3.69 trillion. The volume is 169.82 billion, and the Bitcoin dominance is standing at 61.3. Ethereum is standing at 11.5%, and others are 27.2. So we can clearly see Bitcoin is still ruling the market. Bitcoin will always rule the markets, and Bitcoin will continue to rule the market. So until unless some magic happens and something clearly, comes to the picture, I think till then Bitcoin is going to take the leap. That is what is happening. So the overall market overview, Bitcoin has fallen below 115K, as you can see rightly, in the market overview section, dipping near 112,680 amid intensified selling pressure in the last 24 hours. The broader crypto market also declined by approximately 2.4 to 3.2%, with altcoins facing steeper losses. Ethereum is down by 3%, 3.6%, something like that, and Solana, Cardano also is at like 4 or 5%, like that. So the total market capitalization is standing at 3.69 trillion, as we can see. It's reflecting a multi-trillion dollar pullback in just 24 hours. And Bitcoin dominance is holding about 60%, reinforcing the ongoing trend of capital rotating away from altcoins. So now, what are the separators behind these sell-offs? What is actually impacting the overall markets right now is the geopolitical and economics uncertainty. First and foremost thing is the renewed concerns over new US tariffs triggered broad market risk of sentiment, triggering profit taking across equities and cryptos. So as usual, the tariffs are impacting the overall markets. We can see clearly that geopolitical and economic uncertainty is continuing to, impact the overall markets. Then the other thing, which is obviously, taking like this for a roller coaster ride, of course, is the macro data shock, disappointing US employment data. So because of whatever is happening in the market everywhere, we can see a large unemployment rate continuing to increase. And there are predictions that by end of 2025 we might as well see a recession coming down, and it would be basically impacting the overall um, investor confidence and everything, because the current uh, the way the tariffs are imposed, the trade wars are going on, everything is just going for such a like difficult time, honestly speaking. So there will be days, and the days are not far off, when we will be seeing some kind of recession. That is what is being predicted about the end of the year. Predictions, the way the market is, not market, the global economies are going to look like. So usually it's like, right now it's at 5%. The data is at 5%, the unemployment data, but it might shift to 8 to 12% is what is being predicted. And if it shifts to that level, then maybe we will be seeing some recession coming down the line, and we might see that the markets will be seeing some kind of downfall. Definitely recession means, we all know that recession is not good for our economies, right? So that is what will be uh, on the forefront, that can be seen in the future. Another aspect of it, why these liquidations are happening, and over 600 million liquidations have occurred just about in couple of days and 24 hours. And these have occurred on leveraged position as prices breached the key technical levels, especially in Bitcoin and Dogecoin. So they have surpassed the leverage positions, and that's the reason we saw some liquidations happening on that front. So of course, these are the three major reasons why we are seeing so much of sell-off at the moment. Obviously, one is of the breaching of the technical levels, and the second thing is the unemployment data that is being out in the market, which is kind of creating a confusion in the minds of the investors as to how the economies are going to be in coming future. That's why we can see that people are completely losing confidence on the way markets are responding. So probably we might, that's the reason we can see at the moment not much of buying is happening. Third, of course, the US tariffs as usual are impacting the overall markets at the moment. On the altcoins and the sector highlights, altcoins such as the XRP, you can see Solana, Cardano, and Doge are suffering double-digit percentage losses during this downturn. Some are down by like 7 to 8% also in the past days. Coming to other altcoins other than these stable coins are the ton coin, which bucks the trend, rallying roughly 7% to 10-24% month to day, driven by renewed confidence. So especially surrounding developments on tons, DeFi, DFX, DEX, sorry, Stone dot Fi, and institutional treasury growth. So some of them are seeing downfall, some of them are seeing growth overall. So we'll have to watch both the sides. Let's just have a look at the coin market cap 100 index. What are the top 100 coins performing like? Are they all negative, or any of them giving any positive vibe to us? Let's just see this. Tone coin is positive, Litecoin is positive, Leo is positive, three of them are positive. Oh my god. Then there's Pax Gold that's positive. Tether Gold is positive. Okay, out of the 100 in the index, only five of them are positive, and rest all of them are negative. Of course, this global US tariff thing, which keep on impacting the global markets, is continuing to impact the markets as such, and we can clearly see this in the prices, in the volumes that are being traded. All of them are seeing liquidations that are happening across. So that's what is happening on that front. Coming to the policy and regulatory developments, the US Trump administration is continuing to push pro crypto policy through proposed legislative reforms, including the Project Crypto, a regulatory initiative empowering the CFTC to oversee non security digital assets and simplifying the legal framework around crypto trading and custody. So that is on the go, that is going on, that is happening, the Project Crypto, and the developments coming on that side. So maybe we might see something positive, like developing on that side, and might have positive impact on that side. So that is what is on the Project Crypto side. Additionally, crypto firms basically are, on the go of donating over 26 million worth to Trump's super PAC in 2025 in alignment with crypto-friendly stance, raising concerns about, regulatory capture and conflicts of interest. So it's a great news, right? Like crypto firms, basically the exchanges. I don't know, to be honest or not, I wouldn't say exchanges as it, but the firms are actually um, like they are on the go of, like they are donating 26 million to Trump's super PAC in 2025. So that's a kind of a positive impact. Of course, that's obviously telling us that like a lot of people are joining hands with Trump and Trump administration to be able to support all the projects and anything that's related to crypto to bring about that positive change. So probably on this front too, we will be continuing to see some positivity developing, and this definitely will bring about investor confidence and will continue to grow the markets as such. So these are few fundamental, these are some few, what do I say, um, positive aspects to it, which definitely is impacting the overall crypto markets. But at the moment, nothing is being, finalized as such. They are, still in discussions, things like that. So once things start developing on that front, I'm sure this will bring about a very, very positive impact, and we will be continuing to see the markets growing well. Analysts, the resources through which we kind of get the information, like we try to receive the information. All of them are really, really very optimistic about Ethereum, with growth in DeFi tokenization and stablecoin adoption, positioning Ethereum for potential gains above 4,100 and 4,800 last year. So though this headwinds and short-term, pullbacks have actually impacted the overall prices of Ethereum, we can see at this moment also Ethereum is like down today. But that is just a very minor pullback. And of late, guys, if you would have been watching me and you're seeing me, you know that I am very, very optimistic about Ethereum these days. Like I'm very, very positive about the way Ethereum is performing. So I want you guys also to pay a little attention towards investing in Ethereum, because that is having a great future. Honestly speaking, it will be a great project to begin with. And if you're choosing to start your crypto journey, it would not be a bad choice, honestly speaking. So I want you guys to consider that, and please make sure that you basically try to analyze and find more information, do a bit of more research on that front, and pick this project to start your crypto journey. Um, on the overall market front, if I have to talk about how the overall crypto markets are looking like, the overall crypto market, they're facing a notable pullback right now. They are driven by macroeconomic uncertainties and significant profit taking. Bitcoin and Ethereum are remaining in focus, with Bitcoin's dip below 112, triggering additional downward momentum. That's what is expected. Altcoins are broadly low except for standout gainers like Toncoin. That's the only crypto at the moment which is doing well. And I think only 5 out of the 100 coin market cap index is actually doing well. Altcoins are broadly lower, and policy reforms in the US are fueling both hope and debate. Some see them as enabling mainstream adoption, others worry about undue industry influence. So that's about overall crypto markets. And let's just also see what's happening with the industry, financial markets too. Coming to the equities, bonds and commodities and foreign exchange side, if I have to talk about the US markets, so US markets stocks have fell sharply. S&P has dropped by 1.6%. Nasdaq has also dropped by 2.2%. Dow Jones have also declined by 1.2%. The VIX volatility index surged 22%, signaling elevated investor nervousness. On the bond and interest rate indicators, Treasury yields plunged, with the 2-year note falling 25 basis point, its largest drop in a year, indicated heightened economic safety concerns. Um, and on the commodity side, gold has gained 1.7% as traders have sought safe havens. Whenever the crypto markets are down, it's the opposite direction for the gold, right? So it's like the gold performs in the total opposite direction. So that's what is happening with gold. Gold has gained a momentum. Oil prices have dipped slightly, pressured by weaker demand outlooks and rising supply uncertainty. And the US dollar has weakened, reversing prior strength and shifting expectation for federal policy. So, what's actually impacting the overall crypto markets at the moment? What are the key drivers or the drivers behind the moves? Is the disappointing job reports, which the unemployment report that is being circulated. It has added only 73,000 jobs in July versus forecast of 150K, which they should be actually looking at, but then only 73,000 jobs are being reported, and prior months were revised down by 258,000. Uh, the unemployment rate has rose to 4.2%. So, and if this unemployment rate is going to continue rising, we might see a recession coming very soon by end of 2025. The new US tariffs, President Trump announcing sweeping tariffs affecting these 66 countries, rates hit 41%, set to begin on August 7th. Markets responded negatively to policy uncertainty. So that's the reason you can see that market is at the moment very, very uncertain. You can see clearly that market has gone down. Rate cut expectations with weakening jobs and trade risk, the odds of a Fed rate cut in September surged above 75%, boosting bond demand and pushing yields down. Coming to the global and fund flows perspective, European equity funds saw huge outflows. So there's about 41 billion last week that's reported as US EU trade ties, frayed and investor caution has arose. US equity funds are have attracted inflows around 6.3 billion amid firm earnings and resilient sentiment for now. Despite of whatever is happening, there is inflow outflow that's still going on. European markets are seeing outflows of around 41 billion, and US equity inflows are seeing around 6.3 billion. Then there's bond funds continuing with strong inflows of about 15 billion, particularly into short duration and government bonds, government issues. So that's about the overall equity and the US European equity side of it, inflows and outflows of the funds that are happening between these markets. The analyst commentary and outlook on the overall market, from different resources, like the reliable resources that we talk about, the quicksand outlook, markets are watching major earnings like Disney, Caterpillar, McDonald's, US durable goods and services, PMI, central banks move from the UK, Mexico, and OPEC production reviews. According to the Market Watch, the yield curve and dollar weakness are flashing caution signs, suggesting a potential decoupling between current equity valuations and weakening economic data. Like I was telling, at the present moment, the unemployment rate is also standing at 4.2%. So ideally, if the way the markets are performing at the moment, tariffs are going to continue, the trade wars are going to continue, the way the Trump administration is taking this all this while, it's going to definitely see weakening economic data as we go about. So that's on that front. Coming to BlackRock's monthly positioning report, suggesting tactical overweight to US equities, selective exposure to emerging markets, especially in local currency debt, and preference for short term inflation linked bonds in light of trade driven inflation risk. So, quick recap of whatever has happened. Equities, the weak job data and trade uncertainty is definitely impacting the overall markets. So definitely on this front, we are seeing that the risk appetite is falling. Investors are losing confidence, loses across losses across major indices. That is what is seen on equity side. Coming to the bond side, there is flight to safety. Bonds are like on the balance form, I can say. Yields are dropping, but short duration bonds are still gaining traction. So it's a combination of both actually. On the commodity side, we have a risk of sentiment here. Gold is rising, oil is declining, and it's a slowdown worry that's currently there. Not It's a combination. It's a commodity side. It's a combination. Like some of them are doing well, some are bad, and all of that is it's a combination. Coming to currencies, Fed expectations are shifting. So USD is weakening, potential benefit to non-US foreign exchange. So that's what is happening on all the four fronts that we're talking about. Looking ahead, markets are setting up for elevated volatility around key economic data, uh, like on the ISM, durable goods, OPEC plus decisions, and the next Fed policy meeting. So there's elevated volatility. You can continue to see how the price has completely declined and the way it's performing. The strong signals are coming from the bond market and the labor data point towards a possible shift in the global growth expectation. So we have to watch this out. Now, the coming days, our key points will be about the federal rate cuts or any Fed rate increments that are going to happen. Another factor that we will have to also watch out for will be on the crypto project. If there's any kind of development that happens on the crypto project, we might as well see some positivity coming up, and then markets again gaining the traction that it has to gain. That is one possible factor that can impact the markets. But on the negative sides of it, it's basically, obviously, first thing, as I told you, is the unemployment rate. If US, the Trump administration is going to be like so stringent on tariffs, and they are going to continue monitoring these tariffs and going to continue putting these tariffs. The way unemployment rate is increasing at this pace, the possibility is by end of 2025, we might see a recession, which might again overall impact the market. So these are three key factors that we need to keep a watch on. First is on the unemployment data, which is overall impacting the economic data of all the countries, and then my possible breakout of a recession, which is possible. Second thing is, of course, as I'm talking about, is the crypto project, which might bring a positive, impact that is also there. And of course, the third thing that I was mentioning is about the federal policy meeting. If in coming few days, if the Fed rate cut, right now, the Fed has actually just given no decision on whether to increase or decrease. They have just stabilized the rate cuts there itself. Like they're not increasing, they're not decreasing also, they've just kept it at that. But if in case if it increases or if it decreases in the future, then we might as well see some positive or negative impact on the overall markets, which we'll have to watch it out. So these are three key takeaways for us as of now. Let's begin our day. I mean, I just have given you overall the gist of what the markets are looking like at the moment and what are your key things that you should be watching. So keep these three news in your watch list always, so that you know that if any of this news is coming in the market, that will have significant impact on your market. So you should be keeping a tab on all of that. Okay, now let's just begin. As we start our day, we've seen all of them are doing well, uh, not doing well actually, they're all in negative. So now that they've come at this level, at whatever price they're trading, the first and foremost question I always get: am I actually buying at the dip? Am I actually buying at the dip? So uh, I think, I'm sure even you guys, uh, just a sec. So I'm sure, guys, whenever the markets go down, as a trader, as an investor, your question might be whether what the present condition is the dip that you should be looking at and buying it at that dip, or is there further downfall that we are expected to see, which might be the actual dip that we should be buying at. Because what happens is, like, after a major price, like after the price going majorly high, like touching its all-time high or things like that, then there's a small pullback that comes, and then we start believing that it's the time that we kind of start buying it. But what happens is, the moment you buy it again, you'll see that the price further going down. I'm sure you guys would have felt this pain or pinch anytime. I have felt it myself, like assuming that in like couple of days suddenly the price went down, and then I saw, oh, it's negative, let me just buy it. And the moment I bought it again, I saw that it further went down. So, this question always remains in the minds of every trader or every investor out there. I'm sure you also have this question in your mind, that are you actually buying at the dip, or are you taking it in a wrong direction altogether? So, let's just break this down in a simplified manner. So we saw that Bitcoin. Let's first take the crypto markets. Bitcoin dropping below 115K, Ethereum, Solana, XRP are also, all of them are down by 3 to 6%. Okay, whole market wide correction is triggered by weak US job data, new tariffs, and over leveraged positions getting liquidated. This is what the overall scenario at the present is looking like. Then coming to the stock market side of it, major indices, S&P 500, Nasdaq, all of them have dropped by 1 to 2% almost. And the safe assets, which we call the gold and the short-term US bonds, they are getting a bit of support, love, and all of that. That's why they are slightly up. But other than that, cryptos and stocks are totally negative. I mean, they are going down for sure. Third thing, the macroeconomic factors that we talked about, slowing economic data, rising rate cut expectations, uncertainty, and all of that, and US dollar weakening in this situation is also, it's basically good for long-term crypto, but short-term, it's a bit scary. At this moment, it is a bit scary. So now the question, after all this analysis, after all the information that we have, is this a dip? So the answer to this is, first, if you see on the positive side, yes, it could be a dip. BTC and ETH are sitting near strong technical support zones. So that's the reason we might say it could be a dip. The fear and greed index is leaning towards fear. So there is classic dip buying territory. We can see, we saw on the coin market cap index also. Right now, the market overview, we can see the fear and greed index, it's standing at neutral. I think maybe it was some time ago, maybe it was even fear, I don't know. But if it is standing near fear, then it's obviously indicating or giving us a sign that it is a buying dip opportunity. Then Toncoin and other altcoins are resisting the trend, not a total market meltdown. Some of them are positive, like only a couple of them, 4 to 5, are doing well. Other than that, all of them are 95 of them are negative. So this could be a dip that we should be looking at. So three things that kind of gives us a sign. And fourth reason could be historically, because market corrections before major Fed rate decisions or policy shifts are like common. So now in future, because we are expecting some news coming on the Federal Reserve, bringing about some rate cuts or bringing about rate rise or something like that. So this could be a possible dip where basically we should be buying, and then we will be, uh, we will be seeing some kind of surge in the future. Okay. Second, now this was on the probability of dip. Okay, because there's always a probability of 50-50%, right? We can't 100% surely say that this is actually this can be actually the ultimate dip. Sometimes what happens is uh, it could also be something which is signaling fake, which is a fake thing. So the economic narrative of it as of now is shaky. So slowing job growth, global trade tension, and all of that is just, it could be a trap. That's what, can be believed. And then because altcoins are bleeding hard, and weak hands are exiting, so at this moment, telling, like, completely being sure of 100% that yes, this could be a dip or there can be a further dip is, on that front a little shaky out there. And because there are no major reversal signs yet on daily or weekly charts, like RSI still sliding, so, it could be a small, minor, fake situation altogether. And I don't know exactly. So, we have to be on both the sides. We have to be like, we have to think in both the perspectives, in the sense that if it's a dip, then is it a time that we buy, or is it just fake thing that is happening, and we might have to wait for the um, momentum to happen. Because what happens is, your approach towards such kind of situations, it can be, a combination of things that I'm going to tell you. First is, in such situations, it's better to take the advantage of dollar cost averaging. So, best for uncertain times, buy in small chunks. I would not say just because Bitcoin is looking so great, 113 price looks very cheap, or Ethereum looking very cheap, 3,500. Okay, go and buy, or invest all your money at this stage. I wouldn't recommend that. You better take the advantage of dollar cost averaging, where if you have, say, even your total capital for, say, 3,000, 10,000, whatever, any amount that you have, you better divide that into small chunks. Because if markets from this end gets like more lower than this, then we can still have the advantage of dollar cost, where we can actually buy it more cheaper. Probably, we at this moment we are thinking 3,500, price for Ethereum is cheaper. But what if it further goes down, like down the lane, say 3,000 below, something like that, in coming few more days, because of the loss of confidence in investors. So you can basically, maybe at this point in time, taking advantage of the current prices, buy a small chunk of it. Then maybe after few days, weeks, or something like that, maybe a week after, you can see if the price is further going down or going up, then you can actually invest more. Like, divide your total capital. If you have like even $1,000, divide it in 5 lots, divide it in 2 lots, depending on what you're comfortable with. Or if you have more of capital, like maybe 5,000, $10,000 or something, then you can divide it in, like, again, 4 to 5 slots or chunks, and then you can take that approach. So this will be the strategy time, the way you should be doing. Another thing is that you also have to use some indicators like reversal signals and all of that, bullish engulfing, volume spikes, and RSI divergence and all of that, to see if any, bullish momentum is coming or not. So that is, what you should be doing. Third is high risk, high reward. If you're buying now, set stop loss below major support and be prepared for volatility. So this is my, approach towards all of this. First and foremost, I would say, because market is still in uncertain position at this moment, to tell that the prices can further go down is like uncertain. So you can actually take advantage of dollar cost averaging, and invest in chunks. Okay, invest in lots. Or second thing is putting indicators and seeing where the overall markets are standing. Like, if you're investing in Ethereum, better to check if RSI is actually indicating it's in oversold or overbought territory, or if the divergences are coming, or if the reversals are coming. Are there any engulfing candles that we are able to see? All of that is very, very crucial for us. Just a sec, why is it showing links? I'm on 5 minutes, 15 minutes candle actually. And the view is very narrow actually. Today's second, right? I want to see 1st August. Yeah, I just want 2 days data. Okay, I'm going to enlarge this a bit so that it's visible for all. Okay, I'm keeping it at the dip. Okay. Yeah, this is much better. This view is better. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now moving on. And the third thing at this point in time, when we are actually getting into the markets, because you are buying at the dip, don't assume that it is the dip. And because it can be a total reversal, it can be further downfall, which is very much possible. So better to set a stop loss within the range that you're able to afford. Like that is something I wouldn't really say. Some people are okay with taking 0. 0.5, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, whatever is the level of loss that you're able to take it, take it. I mean, I'm not going to tell you on that front, but put a stop loss to make sure that even if you buy at whatever dip right now is going on, the if you see the overall 24 hours data, like the 48 hours data, not 24. I'm going to draw a rectangle here. It's perfect. Just to capture the I'm going to capture the low and high. Where is the rectangle? Yeah, yeah. Okay, this is your starting of the day, and this is where the low and the high is. Okay. Oh, I should be keeping it here. Yeah, this is my 1st August candle. Yeah, this is where the market opened, and this is where my 1st August candle is. Let me change the settings probably. So as you can see, I'm just watching the 48 hours data here, and the price was okay. Let me just pull this a bit down because my high was here. So the high it made in past 48 hours was 3726, and the lowest point that it touched so far in previous 48 hours is 3428. Okay, So if I measure this move on a scale, this was almost like 7 to 8% market falling down, okay, in just about 24 hours. Sorry, not 24 hours, 48 hours. Now, the point here is market has seen a high of 3726, okay, and it has come down till 3428 also. Right now also it's trading at 3502. Now our point of concern is whatever the previous high it made, did it retest that level or not? Let's just see that. Yes, previously it did retest. You can see clearly the market touched this level about on 31st of August already. Okay. After making this high on 31st August, again it retested it here on the 1st of August. Sorry, 31st of July, it again retested it on 1st of August, which means it did touch this price altogether, and then it went down from there. So here on 31st of July, the price was almost at 3,876. So that was its high all this while. So for us, the major concern is always like within 48 hours, whether the price has, retested the previous high or low that it has made. The low was 3,429. Okay, 3,429. And can you see it anywhere? I don't see it anywhere. 3,429. Did it touch anywhere? 3,429. No. In the recent past, at least for okay, not even here. Okay, this point 3,500. No, I wouldn't say this was the point. So the lowest that it made, at least in the recent past, we have not seen it touching at that level. So possibility is that this can be the low that we are speaking about. It did touch 3,500 over here, which was just about on 24th of July, around 6 to 8 days ago. But it didn't touch the 3,400 level that it has gone to. So definitely this price is not tested at all. So what we are seeing is can be a dip that we are buying at. Okay, but again, this is subject to 50% chance, and I always tell you guys that everything that we predict, everything that we analyze or we are assuming always is on a scale of 50% probability. You cannot be 100% sure of anything that you are deciding. So even when you take any decision right now, like even if I'm taking a decision that I would like to buy this at a dip, I can't be 100% sure that this is the dip, because what if something more happens, like some more negative news comes, or there are major liquidations that are happening, suddenly the whales, they withdraw the money from the wallets, not wallets, exchanges, or anything that can happen, whale movements, or you talk about the negative things that are impacting the markets. Anything can actually bring about more further down movement, which is very much possible. So I can't really say at this moment that it is the dip, but Yes, on a 50% scale, it might be the dip because in the recent past, for at least about 1 week, which we have seen the data ourselves, the market has not done any kind of like market has not touched to those levels. So if you are given an opportunity, if you are given an opportunity to buy, a chunk of it can be bought at that dip which we are seeing. Even at this level, 3,500, I don't think it's a bad idea. But buying everything, like completely investing everything, no. A chunk of it, yes, taking advantage of the dip right now, we can, but not every penny has to be invested into, given that whatever will happen in coming few days, we cannot really say about. So this is what my take is on the current situation. Let's come back from a small break. I would like to take a 5 to 10 minutes of break, and we will discuss more on, uh, the buying strategies or the things that we should be looking at before we invest. These are few things we will discuss. At this moment, you can look, because Ethereum is a very great project. Ethereum can be considered as a buying option. So a small portion of it can go towards buying it, but don't invest everything, because if markets further goes down from here, you will be locking up your money, which I don't want you guys to do that. And take advantage of the dollar cost and then invest. Let's after a break discuss looking at the indicators, and looking at like analyzing the market a little bit more. We will actually see where we are getting a strong buy position, keeping it as a combination of all the indicators, like I always do, with a permutation combination of everything. That is what I can tell you. So I'm just reiterating, guys, it's a simple thing. Right now markets have pulled back because liquidations, or whatever the negative things are impacting the market. Yes, it can be the dip, the bestest dip that we are getting into, and we might see some very good profits coming after this is one possibility, but again, it's a probability of 50%. So if, for example, even after this dip, the further dips are coming, then I don't want you to lock your money. So make sure that you divide your money into different lots. Even at this present time, if you're taking a wrong decision of buying at a price that we are buying at currently, then you might be not falling victim to the price, and you won't be holding it for long. You can still take the advantage, maybe in coming few days or coming week, and further invest it, and further put money, and take advantage of that position as well. So hold on, we'll come back and we'll discuss on the indicator side of it, and we will also uh, you know put all the combinations and see where exactly we are getting the right kind of position. So stay tuned, guys. Thank you so much for joining in. Use my link please to download the Zbit app and start using the spot trading and futures trading, and start your crypto journey with us. And if any point in time you're falling short of any support or anything as such, we are there for you, so don't worry on that front. We have you covered. So please utilize this platform. Our 24/7 customer service is there to help you out at every step. And also our live stream team is sitting 8 hours a day here on the channel to help you, to guide you to start your crypto journey. So don't worry on all those things, and we'll help you, guide you, mentor you in every possible way, and we will make your crypto journey as easy as possible. So stay tuned, and I'll be back after 5 to 10 minutes. So guys, I'm back. So did you guys use the link which I shared with you on the chat room so that you can download the app? So at the moment we are using RSI and RSI divergence indicator, and we are on a 15 minutes time frame, and we can clearly see that you know RSI is near the neutral zone, just touched a little of 50 neutral zone, and it's in the middle, it's in between, it's in a neutral zone. So most of the time, as we all know, that let me open my brush. So either when RSI is above 70 is where we take short positions, or when basically if it is below 30 is when we take long position. So since it is in the neutral zone right now, it is not giving us any kind of honestly speaking, it's not giving any kind of indication to buy. Now let's just draw a support and resistance here. I know just for about yesterday, I'm not using yesterday's data, I'm just using today's data. We can clearly see that price is actually right now trading in sideways. So what do I normally tell you guys? I always tell you, right, that when the market is in sideways direction, do we buy or do we sell? Do we do any of these things? We don't do any of this, right? Market is basically in the sideways direction. So at the moment, we don't have any buying or selling position because market is just ranging in that level only. So on my RSI, I can clearly see that the market is basically in the other neutral zone. I'm going to check it on all the time frames, 3 minutes. On the 3 minutes time frame, it is at 47. On the 5 minutes frame, it is at 50. Still neutral. On the 10 minutes time frame, 51. 30 minutes, it's again near the neutral zone, 46. 45 minutes, 43, still near the neutral zone, near the 1 hour zone. It is at 40, still near the neutral zone. Can't really say where it is heading. And on the 4 hours chart, on the 4 hours chart, it is on 29. So this can be a potential oversold zone, because at this moment on the 4-hour chart it is showing as it's reached its oversold zone in 4 hours chart. But whereas on 1 hour it's still at 40, for 45 minutes it's still 44. 15 minutes it's still at 51, so it's a neutral zone. Okay. Okay, now you might be having a question here. Uh, what does RSI on different time frames actually mean, right? I always keep on checking RSI on different time levels, like 5 minutes, 1 minute, 15 minutes on shorter time frames. Then on medium time frames, I keep checking on 1 hour, 4 hours. And on very long higher time frames, I check on daily, weekly, monthly also. So each one of them has their own significance, honestly speaking. Okay, like RSI, when we check it on 1 minute, 5 minutes, 15 minutes time frame, it usually talks about like very very quick moves, like whatever is happening within 1 minute, 5 minutes, 15 minutes is what you get to see on that level. So RSI, whatever the information it gives, that if it is in oversold or overbought territory, it talks about that little time frame. So it's usually when you are actually looking to do maybe scalping, or you want to have very quick trades in a day. So at that point in time, 5 minutes, 15 minutes, or 1 minute time frames can be useful. So you can know oversold and overbought for those time frames, and you need to assess that as per the smaller time frames. Here the possible, the negative or the disadvantage of it can be like, because in the shorter time frames, volatility, if it is like very very quick or very very fast, sometimes you might see, especially in case of sui, you might have seen that the volatility remains very very strong. Sometimes, like some days it just shoots down like crazy, or it shoots up like crazy. So at that point in time, we have to have a volume confirmation with it, and also make sure that we should be very quick to react to such kind of things. Like if you're taking a trade, and you're keeping these time frames for your trades, then you have to be like real quick in executing the orders, like whether it's a buy order or sell order or whatever, you have to do that. Coming to the medium time frames, when you're keeping like 1 hours or 4 hours, it's basically, it gives you overall picture about the total intraday or a 1 or 2 day momentum. So you can use that for daily day trading that you want to do, or you want to put some swing setups, you can do that. So the meaning of it is going to remain same. RSI less than 30 is going to be oversold, possible bounce or trend reversal likely to happen, or RSI above 70 is going to be overbought, and you can see a profitable, you can see of taking out profit through that a particular zone. The only difference is like what kind of trading you're doing is what depends on the different time frame. So like if you are just doing scalping, you just want to get out of the market like within minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20, 15 minutes is what the time frame that you've given it to yourself. You have to be like really quick in those times. And if you don't like if you don't immediately react to it, like you don't immediately buy or you don't immediately sell, in a split of second anything can happen. So those time frames are usually used for scalping, and medium time frames, like I said, 1 hour, 4 hours, are used usually for day trading. So if you are not, if you're okay, like maybe just you want to put the money when RSI is in oversold territory, and you take a long position, and you can sit आराम से एक दिन बैठ सकते हो, या 4 घंटे बैठ सकते हो, 8 घंटे बैठ सकते हो, तो वो डे ट्रेडिंग में it will be useful for you. So you have to usually use the bigger time frames with combination of support and resistance to see where your previous resistance was created or where your previous support was created. Like in this case, अभी मैंने 15 मिनट्स का टाइम फ्रेम लगाया है, और मैं यहाँ पर देख रही हूँ कि पास्ट like since the start of the day the market is just in a range bound category. It's just moving within that zone. It's not like going like this, it's going in this way. So that's what we are trying to analyze. And on the higher time frames, if I talk about, तो बेसिकली जब आप हायर टाइम फ्रेम्स पे देखते हो तो उससे आपको यूजुअली अगर कोई ट्रेंड रिवर्सल आ रहा है या ट्रेंड एग्जॉस्ट हो रहा है ना, तो उसकी थोड़ी अच्छी काफी इंफॉर्मेशन मिल जाती है, क्योंकि मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम क्या होता है, ट्रेंड जैसे ही शुरू होता है तो ऐसा होता है कि वो कंटिन्यूअसली शायद हो सकता है 2 दिन, 3 दिन, 4 दिन, कभी एक हफ्ता, ऐसे वो कंटिन्यूअसली वही ट्रेंड में चले, फिर वो वापस से शायद पोजीशन बदल ले। तो अगर आपको देखना है कि ट्रेंड एग्जॉस्ट हो रहा है या ट्रेंड आपका कंटिन्यू हो रहा है, तो वो बड़े वाले जो टाइम फ्रेम्स होते हैं, चाहे वो डेली वाला हो गया, वीकली वाला हो गया, मंथली वाला हो गया, वो आपको थोड़ी क्लियर क्लैरिटी देगा। तो ये जो बड़े वाले टाइम फ्रेम्स होते हैं उसमें आप बेसिकली डॉलर कॉस्ट एवरेजिंग का इस्तेमाल करके ना, जब भी वो नीचे जाए तो एवरी वीक, एवरी वीक यू कैन चेंज योर स्ट्रैटेजी बेस्ड ऑन दैट। अगर आप ऐसा करोगे तो आप मतलब, जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल ये वीक में अगर गलती से आपने हाइपोथेटिकली बोल रही हूँ 3429 आज इसका डिप रहा है, अगर फॉर एग्जांपल आपने 3429 पे इसको ले लिया, लेकिन फिर आप देखते हो कि अगली वीक फिर वो उससे और नीचे की तरफ चला गया, तो ये लॉन्गर टाइम फ्रेम्स आपको पिक्चर देंगे, एंड देन यू कैन टेक एडवांटेज ऑफ डॉलर कॉस्ट एवरेजिंग, एंड देन यू कैन बाय एट द नेक्स्ट डिप, एंड देन सो ऑन सो फोर्थ। ऐसे आप अपना ना लाइक डीसीए का एक बाइंग जोन्स आप आपके लोकेट कर पाओगे ऑन द bigger time frames, daily, weekly, monthly वाले। और RSI more than 70, तो वो तो बेसिकली हो सकता है कि एक नया मार्केट यूफोरिया क्रिएट हो रहा है, और वहां पर आपको नई पोजीशन का एक मिलने के चांसेस होते हैं। मोस्टली RSI above 70 मींस देयर इज अ सेल पोजीशन, राइट, शॉर्ट की पोजीशन आती है, तो वो तो आपका कंप्लीटली इट्स टोटली योर कॉल। टेकिंग प्रॉफिट, टेकिंग लॉसेस, ये तो सब्जेक्ट टू एवरी इंडिविजुअल अलग अलग होता है। बस टारगेट आप क्या सेट करते हो, क्योंकि पता है अगर आप एक पर्टिकुलर क्रिप्टो को फॉलो करें और आपको पता है कि वो क्रिप्टो मिनिमम 5 to 8% इन अ डे जाती है, और ऑन वेरी 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 वॉलेटाइल मार्केट्स या बहुत कुछ पॉजिटिव हो गया है मार्केट में, तो वो किस लेवल तक जाती है, आपको अगर उसका एक अंदाजा हो जाता है तो फिर यू विल बी एबल टू make decisions based on it. Like on very great days, like good days, you'll see that the market is even above 10%, 12%, sometimes 15%, ऐसा भी होता है। और कोई कोई दिन होता है जब सिर्फ 5 से 8% के बीच में ही दौड़ती रहती है, और कभी कभी ऐसा होता है कि -5-8% पे भी चलती रहती है। तो ये trustworthy और big decisions बनाने के लिए you have to use it on different time frame, and divergence का भी इस्तेमाल करें। bullish divergence basically it prices makes a lower low, RSI will make a higher low, and it often signals a reversal up. You can see here, जैसे अभी अगर मैं इसको थोड़ा सा और zoom करूं, तो अभी आप देख सकते हो कि प्राइस अभी स्टिल साइड में जा रहा है और आरएसआई पे भी उसका सेम ही मोमेंटम है। एक मिनट, लेट मी रिमूव दिस ड्राइंग, आई रिमूव दिस, या तो अभी आप देख सकते हो, एक सेकेंड, ट्राइंग टू डिलीट आउट, ओके। मुझे ना पर्टिकुलरली अगर आप मुझसे पूछोगे ना, तो मुझे पर्सनली ना आरएसआई से ज्यादा आरएसआई डाइवर्जेंस अच्छा लगता है, क्योंकि डाइवर्जेंस में आपको एक बेनिफिट ये है कि ना आप जब आप प्राइस को बेसिकली ऊपर जाते हुए देखोगे और डाइवर्जेंस टोटली ऑपोजिट डायरेक्शन में जब वो बिहेव करेगा ना, तो आपको एक अंदाजा हो जाएगा कि कुछ तो मतलब ट्रेंड रिवर्सल आ रहा है करके। तो इससे काफी मतलब ना डिसीजन लेने में आसानी होती है कि अगर जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल मैं अभी देख रही हूँ कि प्राइस ऊपर की तरफ जा रहा है, लेकिन डाइवर्जेंस में वो मुझे नीचे की तरफ आते हुए नजर आ रहा है, तो मुझे क्लियर हो जाएगा कि मैंने क्या कहा था, प्राइस नीचे आ रहा है और आरएसआई पे हायर लो बन रहा है। ओके, तो बेसिकली वो इट काइंड ऑफ सिग्नल्स अ रिवर्सल। ओके, इट सिग्नल्स अ अप ट्रेंड बेसिकली। और बेरिश डाइवर्जन में ये होता है कि प्राइस जो है ना ऊपर की तरफ जाता होता है और आरएसआई बेसिकली नीचे की तरफ जाता है। तो ये टोटली ऑपोजिट डायरेक्शन में जब बिहेव करते हैं ना, तो फिर आपको पता चल जाता है। तो यहाँ पे आपको जब आरएसआई पे आप डाइवर्जेंस पे स्पेशली आप उसको नीचे जाते देखो, प्राइस ऊपर जाता है लेकिन डाइवर्जेंस आपका नीचे जाते हुआ नजर आता है, तो फिर आपको क्लियर हो जाएगा कि एक रिवर्सल आने वाला है जो कि नीचे की तरफ। तो डाइवर्जेंस यूजुअली मतलब आरएसआई के डाइवर्जेंस बेसिकली ना 4 आवर्स और डेली चार्ट्स पे काफी क्लियरली नजर आते हैं। जस्ट अ सेकंड, लेट मी सी। देखो यहाँ पर प्राइस नीचे जा रहा है, डाइवर्जेंस भी नीचे ही जा रहा है, यहाँ पे कुछ ज्यादा डिफरेंस देखने को नहीं मिल रहा है। अगर ऐसी वाली हम सिचुएशन में आएंगे ना, तो वी विल डू दैट, आई विल शो यू विद द क्लासिक एग्जांपल। ओके, मैं वापस अपने 15 मिनट्स चार्ट में मूव करूंगा। ओके, तो 15 मिनट्स में अभी स्टिल क्योंकि वो 70 के अबव नहीं आया, तो वी कांट से इट्स एन ओवरबॉट कंडीशन। और लेस देन 30 होता है तो वो ओवरसोल्ड में होता है। तो ओवरबॉट पे जब तक आके वो नीचे नहीं गिरेगा, तब तक बेसिकली हमें जो है ना सेल या बाई की पोजीशन नहीं मिल सकती है। अगर आपने प्रीवियसली पोजीशन ले ली थी या आपने बाई कर लिया हो, तो फिर आपको वो 70 तक रीच करे तब तक आप अपना पोजीशन होल्ड करके रख सकते हो। और अगर इन केस आपने नहीं ली हो पोजीशन, तो यू विल हैव टू वेट अंटिल इट रीचेस लेस देन 30, तो फिर तब आप आपकी एक लॉन्ग पोजीशन बना सकते हो। तो आरएसआई को अकेले में इस्तेमाल ना करें, मोस्टली उसको डिफरेंट मतलब 2-3 अलग इंडिकेटर्स के साथ ऑथेंटिकेट करने की कोशिश करें। जैसे सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस हो गया, सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस तो खैर इंडिकेटर नहीं है, बट इट्स जस्ट एक साइकोलॉजिकल बैरियर जो हमें क्रिएट करने की कोशिश करते हैं, वो होता है। और फिर उसको दूसरा आप वॉल्यूम या एमएससीडी से कंफर्म कर सकते हैं। वॉल्यूम से आपको थोड़ी क्लैरिटी मिल जाएगी कि वॉल्यूम बढ़ रही है या घट रही है, जिससे आपको थोड़ा अंदाजा हो जाएगा कि वेदर इट्स गुड टू बाय और इफ इट इज अ बैड डिसीजन टू बाय। और एमएससीडी से भी आपको क्लियरली पता चल जाएगा कि अगर सिग्नल लाइन के ऊपर है एमएससीडी एंड इट इज बेसिकली ट्राइंग टू क्रॉस द बुलिश टेरिटरी, तो वो स्टिल अभी बुलिश टेरिटरी और बुलिश ट्रेंड में है। और जैसे ही वो एमएससीडी को क्रॉस करते हुए सिग्नल लाइन, एमएससीडी क्रॉस करते हुए सिग्नल लाइन या न्यूट्रल जीरो लाइन को क्रॉस करते हुए नीचे आएगा, तो वहां से हमें इंडिकेशन मिल जाएगा कि बेसिकली वो डाउन ट्रेंड में आ रहा है। तो ये कुछ छोटी छोटी बातें हैं, कुछ छोटी छोटी चीजें हैं जो हमको ध्यान में रखनी है। खैर डाइवर्जेंस में मैं देख सकती हूँ कि प्राइस नीचे आ रहा है, डाइवर्जेंस भी नीचे आ रहा है। मैं यहाँ पे अभी आरएसआई को क्लोज कर रही हूँ और मैं यहाँ पर एमएससीडी लगाऊंगी अभी टू सी व्हाट माय एमएससीडी लुक्स लाइक। ये देखो एमएससीडी में अभी आप देख सकते हो कि ये बेरिश टेरिटरी में है। हालांकि एमएससीडी ने सिग्नल लाइन को क्रॉस कर दिया पर वो जीरो लाइन को अभी क्रॉस नहीं कर पाया है। तो यहाँ ये जो ग्रीन कलर का हिस्टोग्राम बना था यहाँ पर, ये इसने एक कॉम्बिनेशन इंडिकेट किया है, यानी कहीं कोई कोई प्लेस पर बाइंग बहुत स्ट्रांग हो गई थी, कोई जगह पर फिर वो वीक हो गई। तो वो ग्रीन, डार्क ग्रीन और जो लाइट ग्रीन जो हिस्टोग्राम बन रहा है वो उसी को इंडिकेट कर रहा है, लेकिन अभी फिर भी क्लियर कट कोई क्लैरिटी नहीं आई है। यहाँ पर जैसे ही आपको कोई इंडिकेशन आती है बुल या बेयर की, तो फिर आपको एक क्लैरिटी मिलेगी कि आगे क्या होने वाला है। तो या तो आप वेट करें कि बेसिकली प्राइस या तो सपोर्ट को क्रॉस करते हुए या तो नीचे आ जाए, या फिर वापस से प्राइस सपोर्ट को रीटेस्ट करे तो आप अपनी पोजीशन ले लें, या फिर फर्दर वेट करें कि उसको वो नीचे आ जाए, क्योंकि अभी आरएसआई पे भी वो न्यूट्रल जोन के आसपास चल रहा है। तो इट्स स्टिल नॉट रीच्ड इट्स ओवर सोल्ड टेरिटरी। तो जब तक वो पूरा 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 एग्जॉस्ट नहीं हो जाएगा, जब तक वो पूरा का पूरा बिक नहीं जाएगा, तो तब तक हमें जो है ना इंतजार करना है। एंड देन वी टेक अ लॉन्ग पोजीशन, बिकॉज until then it's not going to happen। मार्केट ऐसे ही साइडवेज में चलती रहेगी और उससे कुछ ज्यादा मेजर इम्पैक्ट नहीं पड़ेगी। जब से दिन की शुरुआत हुई है, प्राइस बेसिकली 3429 जो इसका लो है उसको छूते हुए नीचे चला गया है। उसने छुआ और फिर वो छूकर वो साइडवेज की तरफ ही चल रहा है, तो सो एक हाई जो है वो उसने कल 3726 के आसपास बनाया, फिर उसने वापस 3500 के जोन को टेस्ट किया है, और तब से लेकर अब तक वो बेसिकली उसी जोन में चल रहा है। तो अगर वापस से वो 3550 या 3600 का जोन क्लेम करता है, जो कि ये यहाँ पर जो मैंने रेजिस्टेंस लगाया है, तो मैं और थोड़ा सा नीचे कर देती हूँ। तो यहाँ से बेसिकली आप समझ सकते हो कि ये 3550 का जो जोन है, अगर ये वापस से रिक्लेम करता है तो फिर पॉसिबिलिटी है कि यहाँ से प्राइस ऊपर की तरफ जाएगा और बायर्स फिर स्टेप कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि फिर वो रिवर्सल होने के चांसेस बनेंगे और बेसिकली प्राइस ऊपर की तरफ जाएगा। तो दो मतलब इसमें स्ट्रैटेजीज आप ये फिक्स कर सकते हो कि डॉलर कॉस्ट एवरेजिंग का फायदा उठा के आप जो है ना रिस्क को मैनेज कर सकते हो। अगर पहली बार में आपने पैसा डाला और गलती से फर्दर डिप निकल गया, तो आप वो डॉलर कॉस्ट एवरेजिंग का फायदा उठा के नेक्स्ट डिप पे फिर से खरीद सकते हो। दूसरा ये कि आप कंफर्मेशन का वेट कर सकते हो, बुलिश रिवर्सल कैंडल्स का वेट करें, या फिर वॉल्यूम इंक्रीज होने का वेट करें, या फिर आरएसआई अगर डाइवर्जेंस बेसिकली दिखाता है नियर सपोर्ट, जो कि 3400 3500 के आसपास, तो फिर लार्जर पोजीशंस ऐड करने से पहले आप वो एक आरएसआई डाइवर्जेंस को भी देख सकते हैं। प्राइस मतलब ऊपर की तरफ जा रहा है और आरएसआई डाइवर्जेंस नीचे की तरफ जा रहा है, तो रिवर्सल होने के चांसेस होते हैं। और एंड इट्स द सेम लाइक ऑपोजिट ऑल्सो, अगर प्राइस नीचे जा रहा है और आरएसआई ऊपर जा रहा है तो भी रिवर्सल के चांसेस होते हैं। तो ये कुछ चीजें देखनी पड़ेगी। एंड देन द बेस्ट वे इसके एक स्टॉप लॉस लगा लें। 3429 इसने अभी तक लो बनाया है, तो 3400 के आसपास कहीं पर भी लॉस लगा सकते हैं, और फिर एक अपना पोजीशन लेने की आप कोशिश कर सकते हैं व्हेन इट इज ट्राइंग टू रीच दिस रेजिस्टेंस लेवल ऑफ 3550 व्हिच आई क्रिएटेड। तो उसको वो टच करना जरूरी है, वो टच करेगा तो ही फिर हम सोच सकते हैं कि प्राइस शायद ऊपर की तरफ जाएगा। वरना अभी तो स्टिल साइडवेज हो रहा है, मार्केट एक्यूमुलेशन और कंसोलिडेशन फेज में है। मतलब बाइंग सेलिंग होती रहती है ऐसे वाले जोन में, और जब तक प्राइस ऊपर या नीचे की तरफ ब्रेकआउट नहीं करता है तो फिर हम हमारे लिए कुछ लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए पोजीशन नहीं बनेगी। On the longer term outlook, if I talk, regulatory tailwinds such as the stablecoin guidance and the crypto project, alongside the growing ETF inflows and institutional accumulation, they could feel renewed momentum in ETH through year-end. Analysts, are pointing out to the key resistance levels around $4,000 to 4,100. एंड इन केस अगर ये ट्रेंड कंटिन्यू रहा तो इट माइट रीच अबव 4000 to 4100 and an upside to 4800 or more in bullish continuation. So देखते हैं क्या होता है। क्योंकि अभी फिलहाल कोई रिवर्सल के चांसेस नहीं बनते हुए दिख रहे हैं, तो हमको अभी थोड़ा होल्ड कर लेना चाहिए। मैं एक डीएमआई इंडिकेटर लगा के देख लेती हूँ कि एडीएक्स मेरा क्या बताता है। ओके, अभी आप देखिए बाइंग प्रेशर काफी लो है, 13 पर चल रहा है बाइंग प्रेशर। एडीएक्स भी मेरा बहुत ज्यादा वीक है, तो यानी जो ये जो डाउन ट्रेंड चल रहा है फिलहाल वो भी काफी वीक होता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। अगर इसको मैं थोड़ा सा वो करूं तो आप देख सकते हो कि ये जो डाउन ट्रेंड चल रहा था पिछले 3 दिन से, आज हम दूसरे दिन में आ गए हैं, तो ये काफी वीक होता हुआ नजर आ रहा है बेसिकली। ओके, तो एडीएक्स भी आपका कुछ खास इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं दे रहा है। एडीएक्स भी आप देख सकते हो कि लेस देन 25 है, तो यानी ट्रेंड वीक होता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। सेलिंग काफी, मतलब सेलिंग आई वुडंट से इज आल्सो स्ट्रांग इनफ, सेलिंग आल्सो इज एट टाइमिंग एट 18। तो लेकिन क्योंकि सेलिंग ने बाइंग पे हावी सेलिंग बाइंग पे हावी हो गई है, डीआई माइनस इज हैज सुपरसीडेड डीआई प्लस। तो ऐसे में ऑब्वियसली क्लियरली दिख तो रहा है कि वो बेसिकली ना वो बेसिकली जो है ना पॉजिटिव तो लग रहा है, लाइक सेलिंग प्रेशर ज्यादा दिख रहा है मोर देन द बाइंग प्रेशर। तो ऐसे में अभी पोजीशन लेना थोड़ा सा मुश्किल लग रहा है। डाइवर्जेंस स्टिल न्यूट्रल के पास है। अगर एडी एक्सचेंज हो तो होता हुआ नजर आए, जैसे जैसे ही ऊपर प्राइस ऊपर की तरफ जाता हुआ नजर आए और एडीएक्स बेसिकली 25 के अबव हो जाए, तो फिर कोई एक पोजीशन बनती हुई नजर आएगी हम। So, guys, we'll continue to watch the markets for some time, and let me just basically uh, take a small 5 to 10 minutes of break here, and we'll continue to analyze the markets. So guys, I'm back. I'm so sorry to keep you guys on hold. Has anything changed? No. ADX remains same. Selling pressure is more than the buying pressure. Still, we did not get any kind of position at the moment. So Nothing has changed on any of the indicators at the moment, so we are not taking any positions still because it's still in the range bound zone. Looks like it is going to break the support zone. I don't know. Let's just watch. Guys, looks like the price is trying to touch the support zone. So we are price is still trying to go down. So till it reaches less than 30, we are not going to have any kind of position here. Selling is strong, buying is weak, ADX is also okay. It's not weak, it's not. Trend is still big, guys. Until it reaches 25 on the ADX, we're not going to get any position. That's the thumb rule of DMI. So on the indicator, it has given us sign of bear here. So it seems like the ADX is standing at 21. Selling pressure is continuing to build up. The selling pressure is continuing to be strong here, and the buying pressure is very weak. Looks like it is trying to say that the price is further going to go down. So that is what we can understand. So divergence is clearly saying there is a bear market that's going to come. But you can see the price was slightly going in the upward direction. So there is likelihood of the trend going to continue. Although it was already in negative, like it was downward only, so it might as well go down further. And that is what it is showing. It has to go further down. So we are seeing a small pullback right now on Ethereum, but this is just for a shorter period of time. So the price of Ethereum is likely to go up, and various reasons supporting it is, of course, ETF tailwinds. We all know that ETFs from BlackRock, Fidelity, etc. They are all already approved, and they're just waiting for trading to begin. So that will be one big driver for demand. Second is like DeFi plus layer two growth. So Ethereum is basically the backbone of DeFi, we all know, and layer two networks like Arbitrum, Optimism, Base, and all that. So they all are booming, of course. And the third one is on-chain data, the whale accumulation and low exchange reserves right now. So that's also indicating a bullish long-term signal. So we can see right now it's like forming a cup and handle and triangle breakout on the weekly chart. So pointing it towards a $4,000 move. So currently the resistance is standing at 4,000 to 4,150. But if this price breaks and holds above, then it will be a bull run, like if it moves above 4,000 or 4,150. So the only problem at this moment is the Fed rate hikes or economic slowdown or regulatory FUD, which can cause a pullback to 3,200 or $3,000. So the only concern at this moment is about the federal rates. Otherwise, most likely it can, with the way it is getting the support and adoption, it's likely to go up. Slowly we can see that the indicators are also changing. The trend is slightly getting better and better. Selling pressure is strong, not that strong, like it's there, just there. And of course, buying pressure is very weak. So we still haven't got any entry points till now, guys. So we'll have to wait. no perfect entry point so far. Anybody in the stream would like to comment? You can. What do you think we should invest into? Should we invest into a strong fundamental project or something which has good liquidity in the market? What do you think is better? Do you think liquidity is important or a strong fundamental project is important? Because for me, both the things really matter. If the project has strong fundamentals, likely because of the kind of developments it will bring, or the things that will be coming on it, or the adoption that will be happening on it, that will be basically obviously major criteria. But having said that, some of them might not have that kind of great liquidity. Now, what is liquidity? If I tell you, is liquidity is that there should be enough buyers and sellers in the market to be able to accommodate your request. So if in case you're buying in a market where there are no proper buyers and sellers, then you might not be able to, see great amount of volatility, or maybe, see the trade moving at a fast pace. It will be very, very slow, and then you will not be. Uh, the market will move very slow, and it will be in a phase where it will be just accumulating, or it will be just in a phase where it's just distributing, not like in an upward or a downward momentum that it will pick up. So liquidity matters way too much. Some of the cryptocurrencies they have like very high liquidity, and the more liquidity it has, the more easier it is to enter and exit the markets. That is what matters. And that's why I keep telling you guys that whenever you're picking any particular crypto, not just fundamental play a simple role, but also liquidity matters way too much, so that you get proper entries and exits at time, and you're not stuck up anywhere at any point in time. That is what I keep telling, and that is what I keep emphasizing on. So what is your take on it? What do you think? Is liquidity important or is it not? So if one of the easiest way to find out whether that particular crypto has liquidity or not is you get onto this page and click on this, like, this is where it is. So this one is the volume that it is trading. This percentage that you see is the amount of liquidity it has. So right now, this indicates 7.88% of liquidity, which means uh, 8% is what they have given as the percentage. So the more percentage it has, the more liquid it is, the more buyers and sellers available, which means that any particular movement by any single whale entry will not cause um, any kind of price fluctuations if the liquidity is very high. But if liquidity is very low, then if there is one or two traders only, or if there are only minimal whales available, then they can influence the price very, very quickly. So market we always a manipulation game where the large investors or whales or the institutional investors, they manipulate the market crazily. And if we are finding the right kind of position, we might as well trade in their direction and make good amount of profit. But just in case we do not know how to analyze that or how to get out of it, it might get a bit difficult there. So you need to also find this place here where the market cap has to be, like, the liquidity has to be more. Mm. So right now you can see that the volume of that it is trading is 1.39 and the liquidity is basically 11.75%. So 1.4 billion or 1.39 billion is excellent, which means that there are a lot of buyers and sellers buying the asset, high activity, and then low slippage and easy entry and exits that we get. So 11.75% liquidity, if we have a comparison related to the market capitalization, it's actually decent, especially for the high volume coins and all that. So if it means only 11.75% of daily volume is backed by liquidity, so only 165 million in liquidity. That could mean that the coin is highly volatile. There could be like wash trading or inflated volume, or it all could also mean it's a DEX token with shallow pool. So if the liquidity pool is deep enough for your trade size, example 10,000 to 50,000 trades, slippage is low, it is okay to trade. But if you're planning to go big and the liquidity is thin, like example less than 10 million, then it can be a red flag. So despite the high volume, so you'll have to check. So overall, it's like the volume is good, but we need to double check the liquidity pool amount and the price slippage on the trade size before we jump in. So it's very, very important for us to analyze that. So if we don't have enough buyers and sellers, we might be a victim to whales influencing the prices way too much than required. So this is why we need to check that we have enough buyers and sellers, so that whenever we enter, we get a trade, and whenever we exit, we get a trade. Our buy and sell happens very frequently without having to affect the price way too much. So that's what it is. So guys, I'll take a small 5 minutes break here and we'll continue talking. We'll continue to watch the markets for some more time. Looks like after the RSI divergence has given a bear indicator, the trend is slightly getting stronger. Selling pressure is continuing to build. Buying pressure is still down. We need to check it. We need to analyze it more until the RSI reaches like 30 and less on the RSI front, and on the DMI front till the trend moves above 25, and we continue to see the price going further down and down, we are not going to get a long position. So let's just see what will happen on that front. Okay. Still, we haven't got to that point. Oh my God, what is happening? Buying pressure going down. Trend is becoming strong. Selling pressure is high. Good, good. I think we are on the verge to take a trade. Almost reaching the levels. So guys, do you take trade when RSI is below 30, or you take trade when you see that the trend is strong or the buying pressure is going very strong? Like there are two different things altogether. RSI is indicating completely different thing. What do you do normally? Do you take trade when RSI is actually below 30? So there are two things to it. DMI can be used to take, to do scalping basically. And what happens during scalping is it's a very, very volatile market. And if you don't pay attention and take action very quickly, you might be, losing out a lot. So DMI can be used during that period of time where you want to take short trades or something, like where the trend is very strong, and then you want to enter the market immediately and you want to exit the market. That time DMI indicator is very, very useful. But when it comes to uh, when I talk about taking long position, where you enter the trade safely and you're not in that, say you're not in the uh, you're not in hurry, you're not rushing up for anything, and you want to take a position at a convenient place, the convenient position, and then like wait for like couple of hours, and that is okay with you, then RSI should be used. Basically, that's a core difference between the two. um, I have, in my experience, very well experienced this, where RSI actually, sorry, when DMI was whatever giving me indications, and I tried to do scalping through it, and I had very little time for scalping, and I really, within split of second, I actually lost a good bit of a good amount until I had to wait longer to kind of get onto that position and all of that. So it's a riskier matter, honestly speaking. It totally depends on you and what you want to do about it. So I wouldn't say anything on that front. But every indicator can be used for separate strategies, is what I'm trying to tell. While we can use it as a combination to confirm things, which is okay, but coming to uh, other aspects of it, which is very, very important, is that we have to also see that it is used for different kind of trades that we are taking. I, as a beginner trader, I would never recommend you to go for scalping or go for short trades and all that, like very low time frame trades. It's better always to take a long position when the market is completely down. Buying at the dip is the only way through which you can actually make profits. Like it might take couple of hours, couple of minutes, sorry, couple of hours, or a day altogether. Maybe it can go about more than 24 hours also, which is very much possible. But what is very important here is you have to make sure that you come out successfully, be it you take out $1, $10, whatever. But the point should be like you should uh, gain something, you should get profits on it. That is what matters actually. So yeah. So, guys, I hope whatever we discussed in this session was useful for you. And if you really liked anything about the streams, anything you found, useful in these streams, then please do like it, subscribe, and share it with as many people as you think you can. Also, use my link to please download the app, and also basically make sure that you use the Zbit app for your spot and futures trading. Um, it's a very, very user-friendly platform, very easy to use. The KYC is very easy. The compliance, KYC compliance and everything is very easy. Just need a passport, not much. And there are some rewards that are going on. So if you register and start spot trading, you might, get free crypto as well. So please use the platform to get free crypto as well as start your crypto journey. So don't miss out on all the opportunities that you're getting on this platform, guys. I would want you to explore all of them. Yeah. So the trend is slightly getting stronger. I can see the downtrend is strong because the selling pressure is building up continuously. So guys, you have to keep on checking for liquidity zones as well when you're trading, which is very important. So whenever you see in a day or in 48 hours or whatever time period you're keeping, if the price is getting rejected multiple times on various days or time frames and all of that, then that will be something which you should understand, that the price at that level is having a lot of demand, and it will likely push up to that level again, because we saw that last, like yesterday, um, like 2 days ago, I think the price has already touched this high that it made. So every time the price will retest the price which it has rejected before. So if it has made any high or if it has made any low in a day, then it will try to go to that level and try to retest it. So you have to check for those imbalance zones and fair value gaps also, and see um, zones where the price has touched multiple times and bounced back, or wherever the your support and resistance zones are. So those are very, very crucial points to remember, and to see whether you can get any liquidity zone pointed out. So the more you see price touching any level, that is what will reflect that the price is likely to. So you can see here, price actually also touched this level. This is the third time the price is actually touching this level, which is 3448. So ideally this should be our liquidity zone, because this is where price, until now the price is trying to reach and then bounce back. So if I just move this particular thing, not here, sorry, not this. If I just move my horizontal candle from there to here, you can see a new support and resistance created. So this price is getting check, like it is getting touched multiple times here. So this is where your liquidity zone is. So you have to gravitate towards these areas and look, because this is where a lot of orders are coming in. If the price is going on coming to that level and touching and going, touching and going, that is what your liquidity zone. And usually the large institutions, or the institutional investors or the big whales take advantage of such kind of things. They check for these liquidity zones where it is very important. If the price is touching again and again on that level, like if I, for example, I take a trend line and I point this, just this area, okay? You can see on multiple occasions, let me point this out, okay? You can see on multiple occasions, the price tried to touch this level. What is this level now? 3543, 3509. Here also it's touching again and again the same price. In the downward trend, it's a bit difficult to spot it, but I'll try to do this tomorrow, not now, in more detailed format, so that you can have more clarity on it. Okay. So these liquidity sweeps are very important, and these places are very crucial, where the large whales take a lot of advantage of. And if in case we find these liquidity sweeps, then our life becomes more easier. We kind of can take easier trades as compared to the whales out there, and that is what is important. So let's see this particular topic tomorrow. um, no worry, we'll see this topic tomorrow. Okay? Okay, with that, I'm going to sign out now. Guys, this is Nida Afreen, your host for the day. Hopefully, you will be downloading the app and you will be trading on our Zbit app. Let's begin this journey with lot of money, and let's begin this journey where you will make a lot of money, guys. So don't worry, our team is there to help, to mentor, to guide, and to be there for you all the time. So we'll help you at every possible manner, and in whichever way you would like us to help you. So use this platform to basically make a lot of money, and let us know in the comment section if anything that we discussed here makes any sense or adds some value, or maybe helps you in your day-to-day trades, so that we can together build up a great future. So take care of yourself, safely trade, and only invest that much that you think you can afford to lose, and don't put too much of money in crypto, because crypto markets are highly, highly volatile and anything can happen in a day. So be careful about